Happy Thursday. Welcome in. So, where are we and what did we do last time? We did a couple of things last time. We got this new tailings to benzene and aromatics build set up. We expanded our AUG slaughter down here to give us more lard, hopefully more consistently. I honestly could scale that up even more. I was looking at this in YAFC just before the stream. If I can find YAFC in my alt tabs. So right now we are... Let's clean up some of this mess so I can actually see what we're doing. We're apparently making 0.7 AUGs a second, and we're only rendering 0.4. So our AUGs are way over spec, and if we wanted to just render all of them, that takes us up to 21 slaughterhouses, and it all still fits on a belt. So I'm kind of thinking this is what we want to do, is go up to the 21 slaughterhouses. But we don't necessarily have to do this right now. My concern with this is that it's just bonkers amount of, like, meat and guts and skin that we don't necessarily know what we're dealing with yet, so I'd prefer the system not fully back up if we can avoid that. I think I have voids for most things at this point, but still, these things can be fragile. Why is this biocrud belt not hooked up to anything? There's biocrud here. What is this? Oh, well, that should never happen. We should never be sending photophores this way. Oh, this is left over from when I thought we were gonna ship photophores. Okay. We should clean that up. And then when we do get biocrud from this, it probably goes in on a different belt. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can clean that up. That's fine. The other thing we've been working on, of course, is waiting for Mechanical Parts 2 to finally start running. And we got this build for electric engine units set up, which is broken because I'm an idiot and didn't put input inserters on these. Excellent. Go me. Good job. This is waiting for shafts. We did scale up Mechanical Parts 1 a little bit, but we've been having issues with our metal inputs to things, so we'll see. Yeah, small parts are currently causing us problems. And small parts is getting copper, but not iron right now. Okay, iron is catching up, though. So hopefully one of those is actually going to small parts. We might not be that lucky, but... Yes! There we go. Just showed up now, getting loaded. So small parts is going to turn back on, and iron is doing much better now. Copper is hopefully also slowly catching up. Eh. It's hard to tell, really. Why are we stopped? We're out of copper ore. How? Why? There's 3 trains with this stop. Okay. Which is fine, but like... It seems like that just didn't... Oh, well, that could be why. I think we just need more trains again. So there was a chunk of time when this just wasn't getting deliveries because trains were being routed to other problems. So now we're slowing down on copper production again. So I might need to build a few more trains. Need more chooch. Yep. So as far as getting all of the mechanical parts to finally start, like, a lot of this is just things need to stabilize. Utility boxes are actually running. We're still waiting on geothermal 2 before we can do our do a power upgrade, and that'll let us do the Nextlet batteries that we need for the control panels. Control panels. We can start working on this build, except for the particle accelerator, because that is going to need the electric engine units. That's already set up in the mall for it to build one of these. As soon as it gets engine units and complex circuits, it'll do that. So that should help. As far as getting complex circuits to the mall, that's a different problem. This is waiting on transistors, but I think all of silicon processing right now is stopped on etching solution. And etching solution is currently blocked on the thing that everything is always blocked on, which is hydrogen peroxide. We will get, when we get to this water invertebrates stage 2, we will have access to the Xi 2 recipes, Xi 2 modules, and a void for Xi shells. So we'll be able to do a major Xi, like, upgrade and rebuild with this tech. And that's going to be, I think, important to get enough arthropod blood for everything in our lives. So yeah, let's figure out our Nextlet battery build. We'll get that figured out, except for the particle accelerator. That's just something to do while we're waiting for everything else to kind of turn on and catch up. So looking at mech parts 2, we need 0.083 of these a second. Science additionally needs no more. Okay. They're pulled in just through the mech parts 2? Cool. I'm happy with that. So like 0.1 a second. Which, yeah, is a small portion of this particle accelerator, but like when it runs, it's going to use bonkers amounts of power. So. And then we need to make the spent Nextlet batteries, which are, oh good, more anthraquinone. Are we currently making zinc acetate? We do currently make zinc acetate. I think it's used for electronics. Okay, so this is an easy build. May as well build it at, like, double scale, but... yeah, the inputs to this are going to struggle, for sure, early on. All right, let's get this build going. And we will blueprint in our particle accelerator, even though we can't grab it yet. And once we get this next battery build done, we're kind of, other than waiting for geothermal, like we're back on bottleneck hunts, right? We got to figure out what we still need to try to scale to get everything down here to actually like turn on and run. Which is easier said than done. We do have a bunch of these, whatever these are, utility boxes finally starting to come through. All right. How big is the particle accelerator? Oh, that's not big at all. I expected this to be a significantly larger building. Where do we want to build this? I mean, I guess we just keep going here, and I mean, we got to be careful because we need space here for more animal slaughterhouses, right? This whole side is kind of reserved for that. We could also point downwards right here. This whole thing only takes, if we go back to YAFC, we're going to have a solid input, a fluid input, and a solid output. There's no byproducts, so it's a really straightforward build. So yeah, maybe we go down right here, or right here, or right here, and we do that. I think that is fine. Huh. Something actually used anthracene. Weird. So yeah, this will be pretty easy to build here, and we'll build it in a way that it'll scale. It's just a couple of belts of stuff. So I'm not too concerned about... throughput or anything like that coming out of this station. We need such small amounts of everything. zinc acetate, lead. Nexolite plate, zinc acetate, which I'm sure is stupidly expensive and probably actually hydrogen peroxide under the hood. Lead plate. And nylon. All right. And then automated factories, 1, 2. To the Nexolite batteries. These are all, yeah, fairly low total input amounts. And then our output is 0.1 a second, which is tiny. Our next station then... There, let's do a solid pickup here. What we'll do is we'll just put the particle accelerator right on it. And, yeah, pretty much that. And then we have the... fluid input for the rest of it. We'll know it broke when we see the lower half of a sliced through train rolling past. Yeah. Uh-oh, I'm out of pumps. I knew this was going to happen, and I'm still annoyed by it. Yep. Small parts. And that's waiting on copper to start getting delivered back to the main base. I specifically deprioritized copper plates going to that station because I wanted to make sure that Cybersyn would get caught up on everything else first. And it does look like it's getting there, slowly but surely. So we should end up with... should end up with enough copper plate for the, Why are we out of borax? We're just straight up out of borax again. Yeah, okay. I need more trains. I mean, we've seen the alerts popping up all the time. It's just really hard to make more trains when I'm out of small parts. Who'da thunk? For now, we need anthraquinone, and we need olefins. How do I get this one out? I think this whole thing needs to, like, go over by 1. Because then I can connect this like that. There we go. Alright, obviously I can't actually put in the requests for this station until we have pumps again, so I'm not going to do that part. But this is otherwise cool. It's even already got the train dispatched for the zinc acetate. So this will get everything it needs to start making... well, it'll get most of the things it needs to start making this. What do I need to make some trains? That's a question that I can ask myself. They do need a bunch of small parts. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. In addition to shafts and brakes and steel and intermetallics, they need a bunch of small parts. Let's go see which of the parts of trains I can grab right now and get my hands on and get started with. Because this is causing us issues, so we really do need to boost our get enough trains going to keep everything running, right? That's intermetallics I need, and duralumin I need, both of which are not available here. We may have some intermetallics up here. No. Alright, so intermetallics and duralumin I'll grab from the rail base. That is fine. Brakes, gearboxes, and shafts. And then small parts. Let's see, where am I going? I have... Here we go. Brakes. Gearboxes. We don't have shafts here. I'll have to get more of those. Steam engines we're probably out of. Yes. Grab some iron plates. Alright, so I need shafts, intermetallics, duralumin, and small parts. Hopefully I can collect some of that stuff from the rail base. Small parts, intermetallics, and duralumin are all over here, and then I'll loop back around for shafts. Duralumin. Small parts. Intermetallic. Oh. I think we just got a trainload of intermetallics dispatched. And then shafts should be up here. Okay. And I need a bunch more steel. Of course I do. Any of these things use steel as an input? Yes, you do. The next question is, do any of these use titanium as an input? And I don't think they do. But I think titanium is not far from here. I have old titanium up there. Let's go see what that looks like. Let's see if there's titanium in that titanium build. We're just kind of grabbing whatever we can manage to grab right now. Hey, there we go. There's some titanium. And then I'm going to need a bunch more duralumin if I want to make another 5 of everything. Probably a bunch more small parts. And a bunch more steel. And a bunch more of everything, really. Alright, that is, I think, good. Let's drop off whatever we can drop off on this side. That doesn't need to be in my inventory here. Not much of it. Alright. And where is... There is the train depot, or one of our train depots. I'm a little concerned that our depots are getting over full and that we're going to have some scheduling issues if we just start dropping another 10 trains in, but only one way to find out. All right, so our other problem was pumps. Iron and engine, iron and steel. Can I make engine units in my inventory? No, I didn't think so. All right. Let's go back up to mechanical parts here and drop off the bits and pieces of mechanical parts that I have in my inventory. No sense carrying all this stuff around. Looks like the only thing I can't really get out of my inventory here is the aluminum. That's fine. So, yeah, things should be... Yeah, we're still kind of just starting to rebuffer shafts through this whole process, and that'll have to catch up again. These are fully buffered. These are fully buffered. That's great. So as long as shafts can kind of keep up, we'll be in an okay place. No trains with this stop. It's going to need both of its metals soon, so that's a bad thing. Let's just double check the state of... We're halted again. Why are we halted? Is borax broken? Like, is this legitimately a thing? I have plenty of borax. Let's push up the train limit for that, because, like, there's no reason not to. Maybe that'll help it keep up a little bit better. Stalling out my metals because borax is just not getting delivered on time is kind of unfortunate, but... Alright, copper at least is running again. And if we check LTN... Yeah, we're pretty... I mean, not fully caught up for sure, but there's a lot of deliveries of copper on the way, and there's very few things that are, like, really below their thresholds, so... Yay! As long as borax can, like, figure itself out and catch up with all the consumption, then I think we will be good. Well, at least iron ore has the opportunity to get buffered up while this is stopped on other things. I wonder if I need to change this or the borax pickup or both to faster inserters. I think I do have bulk inserters available. I do. Need to queue the research. How expensive are they? They're expensive, but they're probably a better choice for a lot of situations than stack inserters. So we should definitely eventually get them going. Alright, what else is broken in this base? That's just kind of how we're playing right now, is we're looking for stuff that's broken. That's running, this is running, this is running, this is running. And this should be running pretty much continuously as well now. Yeah, we're actually almost enough shafts for a delivery, which is super cool. Same with gearboxes. These utility boxes we already got a delivery of, and I think control panels as well got delivered down here. They just need other things before they'll turn on. Yes. Oh, whoops. I need to go fix that. That's not right. This inserter needs to be filtered. Brakes Mark II. All right, let's head down and let's pick up all that bio crud. Let's see, Brakes Mark II is right down here. You know what? Actually, let's do that. Yeah. Oh, it automatically goes to my trash slots. Cool, not a problem then. So we'll let this drain out. While we're waiting for all of that, let's wander over to EVA. I fully expect EVA to still be locked on. Yeah, Epoxy's doing well. I fully expect EVA to still be blocked on. Yes, we're waiting for the fatty acids. Fatty acids are waiting for oleochemicals. This looks like it's had... This has actually had at least one delivery of oleochemicals. We're just waiting for a second one. Whenever that will occur. Which will occur whenever this gets a delivery of lard. Which, should be the next time something's delivered. It should come down here. So everything else is either positive or has probably been delivered more recently, like science. This is science up here. So I think the next time we get a delivery of lard... Oh, and I might need to add one more inserter to this. So is this keeping up? I think this is keeping up. Something I should probably do, the stations that request things like lard. This one. I should have this, like, check if we have enough, green science, like, stashed away, which we do, and then disable some of these requests, right? I don't think we need... Yeah. That way we're not delivering stuff that's just going to decay up there if we don't need it. We could also do it down here. Let's do it down here before I do it up there, since I'm already here. So this pushes out oleochemicals, and this is the one that it makes primarily, which is the glycerol. Right, because I left the other oleochemicals build around. I just made it lower priority. Yes, low priority in and normal priority out. Cool. So I also need to fix that one. But, this one, what we do is we say, let's disconnect that wire. Let's drop in a decider combinator. Yeah, decider combinator. Oh, that's coming from the... Okay. Output everything from green when red glycerol less than 200K. All right. And then that'll turn off the requests as soon as there is enough glycerol in here. I could also add some logic to turn off the lard request when we don't have nichrome, but I don't think nichrome is one of those things that we're going to have trouble delivering, so I don't think I need to do anything special with that. All right, if we go up, the next one is... science up top, and then we've got, I think this is the one that's, this is the other glycerol, no, the other oleochemicals recipe, and I have no idea what this one is. Oh, fish food. Yeah. This one can also just gate its inputs based on its output, just like, let's actually do fish food first, because it's right there. Cider. Oh, I'm already doing it. Way ahead of myself. Excellent. Cool. And it doesn't really matter if we only turn off the lard request versus turning off every request. Apparently in the fish food, I decided to do it the, like, proper way and turn off the... Well... In the fish food, I just turned off the lard request, but I can just as easily turn off every request. It doesn't really matter. And then we'll bring up our... Logi. Yeah. And then we say when Logi science is less than 20K. Output everything from green. Everything from... There we go. And again, we could do this just for the ones that decay, but that's fine. And honestly, we should probably set the threshold to like 15K instead of 20K. Let's... That way there's more space, because we're going to bring in, you know, a load of all of these animal byproducts, right? And we want to make sure that we don't, that we have plenty of space to actually use them all and buffer the inputs of them. All right, and there was one other place that I think I said I wanted to do this. Yeah, fish food I already did, right? This is fish food? Yeah, and fish food already does the right thing. It's on a threshold. So this will just slowly build up fish food until it turns itself off. At about 8,000. Sure. And then the last one is over here. Is this oleochemicals, which got lard. Which means that this must have gotten lard. Right, game? I don't get it. Did oleochemicals get dispatched while I had this disconnected? Is that what happened? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I was just expecting this build to be the one that would run rather than this one. Like, this will still push us over a threshold to get a delivery of oleochemicals. Which we need in 2 places. This one. And then I think the other one is for epoxy. Yes. No, there's one more. Yeah. Epoxy and EVA are the only places that get deliveries of oleochemicals. We'll, yeah, I'm hoping that we just got the weird delivery to the other oleochemicals build just because I was messing with the glycerol build and it just got routed weirdly. Like I had the station disabled at exactly the wrong second, right? But we'll keep an eye on that. Like, I know in theory Cybersyn is supposed to be round robin, but in practice I keep seeing so many weird starvation things, and I don't know if that's... I was talking about this in the Pyanodon's Discord a little bit. I don't know if that's because of, like, multi-requester stations, where, like, it delivers one item, and then it thinks that station has gotten a delivery, so then it doesn't get around to delivering the other items right away. Or if there's some other weird behaviors, or edge cases or something. But it definitely feels like I see weird starvation patterns. So, like in this case, I can explain away what happened pretty easily, right? I was messing with this, the combinator was disconnected, it did a dispatch, it missed the boat, right? Cool. That's coming up to fatty acids, which is just what we want, and then fatty acids will finally get a delivery, and that'll go over to this side. Which will finally push vinyl acetate over the edge to a delivery, which will finally start making EVA. Not enough EVA. Well, maybe enough EVA. 2,500? And it stacks to 100. 25 stacks? Yeah, that might be enough. That should be enough to get a delivery, actually. Cool. So that'll get us EVA for these guys. That just leaves complex circuits and the Nexalit batteries. The Nexalit batteries we built. I need to go get these pumps in place. That's fine. Red circuits are, what, still broken on everything? Red circuits are silicon, and silicon is still etching solution, and etching solution is still arthropod blood, ultimately. Um, I should change this so that it also handles the output being below a certain threshold. Right, where like all of these are above a threshold, but then I want, and also output is above. Yeah. And etching solution is less than... There we go. So this says only request lard when you need to make etching solution and you have all of your other inputs available. Yes. And that's the level of complexity that I, like, should go in and apply to the other things, but that involves splitting out the different requests. Like, here I just fed the... nope, not that one. Here I fed the whole CyberSyn combinator through the decider, and that's a lot easier to set up. But it means that I can't gate the lard on the presence of nichrome. For this build, that's fine, because nichrome's not really a problem. You know, fish food here. Fish food, I could gate the inputs, actually. Bones and skin need to be present. There we go. So yeah, fish food is below a threshold and bones and skin are present, then request lard. That's fine. And then... up here... for the Logi Science, we have multiple things that spoil. Almost everything spoils. Like, yes, we have bones and skin, but, like, we also have meat and lard and guts and brains. I don't want to mess with trying to gate that. So I think that's, that is fine. Alright, that's some cleanup around our lard usage at least. Woohoo! Everything has at least some oleochemicals in it. Epoxy is running. Fatty acids are running. They're running. Cool. Yep, there we go. And fatty acids are going to get sent over to the next one. Which is vinyl acetate here, where they make the processed fatty acids, and then that'll actually feed into the vinyl acetate. That'll push this over the line for a delivery pretty quickly. And then that'll get sent over here, and we will finally be making EVA. Is that a milestone? It is a milestone. Okay. Oh, and so are our electric engine units when we get those going. Cool, cool, cool. And then this also makes, what does this make? Oh, tailings and CO2. All right. Cool. More byproducts. Okay. I think we can definitely increase our AUG slaughter more if we need to, but I think we might actually be... I mean, I'm not going to say we're keeping up with lard demand, but, like, we are handling lard better, which is good to see. It has already been an hour. It's ad break o'clock. As always, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to disable pre-roll ads. I recommend you get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. We'll be back from the ads in just about 3 minutes. I'm also going to step away and get some water. And when we come back, we will, well, we'll see where else we might be having bottlenecks. We'll keep fixing things up, and we'll keep trying to get the base into better shape. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. I was looking at LTN during the break time. We're looking pretty okay on most of our iron and copper deliveries. Things are catching up. Kind I think Eleftherios here is small parts, and obviously there's still a lot of demand for small parts. That's catching up. Dave Cap apparently needs tinned cable. Oh, utility boxes. Okay. Yep, there we go. And that's already been dispatched, so that's good. Copper plate is looking not quite as good, but getting there. You can see there's a lot of copper on the way. 2,000 here, 2,000 there, 1,000 there. So this is very nearly caught up on copper, and then it'll start sending copper into the belt base again. And that's going to take a long time to finish catching up, but that's okay. We just got a delivery of something here, small parts. That's good as well, I think. Good to see. Because the more small parts get delivered from here, the fewer small parts get pulled out of this part of the mall when we get copper, and that means that this will be able to restock itself more easily and more quickly. Hopefully that makes sense. So, like, there's lots and lots of buildings here that are still waiting on small parts, almost caught up. So as these saturate with the, couple thousand small parts that we got here, $4,000 small parts that we got, that'll help with our total logistics burden pretty significantly. I think our biggest sort of remaining bottleneck, as far as the things that we're not immediately catching up on because we don't have any... we don't have enough input, is the hydrogen peroxide. I think we're catching up on iron. I think we're catching up on copper. I think most things are getting close to being ready to go as far as the mechanical parts. Obviously, we're still making these in relatively low quantities. But yeah, shafts are almost good to go. Gearboxes are going to get there. And control panels could do a second delivery even already. And obviously we're going to back up, thousands and thousands of these over time, but that's okay. They're not... Yeah, small parts. We're stopped on small parts again. But it's okay if we back up thousands and thousands of these over time. We will use them eventually. Especially once we start moving the base. When we finally get around to getting rid of this mall and transferring things to other... to a proper auto mall, make anything machine, we'll be pulling everything from the rail base, right? So... And then the electric engines are blocked on what? I've already forgotten. Hey, there's our first EVA. Been waiting for that one. Electric engines, shafts. Oh, and I need to fix... I forgot about that. Let's head over there and get that fixed. The input inserters for the stators are missing. given that we need a couple of belts of shafts, I'll have to check YAFC to see what increasing shaft production even further might look like. We potentially can do it. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work. There we go. And also... Oh, I messed up. I don't think I had realized that. Whatever. It's fine. 1, 2, 3... Actually, what I can do... is that. Alright, there we go. That's stators. Running as fast as they can. Coming over here. Rotors need shafts. Let's check in YAFC on how big our shaft build is and figure out if it's reasonable to keep trying to scale it. So we're currently bringing in 1.6, 1.6, 1.6. So, like, the answer is yes. We could go up to 20 easily. All right, let's grab some more automated factories. Let's do it. Let's boost the shaft production. Because we're going to need shafts. Shafts go into gearboxes. They go into shaft Mark IIs. And then they also go into these electric engines. So, like, we may as well grab a few more automated factories and ramp up shaft production more. Especially now that small parts are, like, catching up and we don't have to worry as much about running out of materials. I also am going to request the 1 particle accelerator that we need for the Nexillet build. Obviously, that's not available in the mall yet, but I'll just get it in my requests, and when we do finally have a particle accelerator available, we'll get it going. Ugh. I'm still seeing a lot of bots carrying things drifting backwards away from this area, which is a sign that we still don't have enough chargers over here. So let's just, like... let's drop a bunch more chargers around. It's not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, but it'll help them all be a little more efficient if the bots are not constantly going to the wrong place, and if they can actually charge on the way between where they want to be, right? How's, let's Let's see. What am I looking for? This is alloys here. Yeah, all of this is stalled on copper. And getting copper fed back into the belt base, again, is like the lowest priority use of copper in the whole base right now. It will happen eventually, but I have it set fairly low priority. I mean, looking here, I see this wants copper. That one has copper on the way. This one wants a load of copper. This one has copper. So there's only like 3 or 4 loads of copper ahead of... and we're stopped again. What am I looking for? Borax. Do I just need more borax? Like, is that ultimately the situation here, that I just need a second belt of borax? Because if that's really just what the problem is, and I can just redo this as a... whoops, I didn't mean to tab away there. Redo this with bulk inserters for loading, get a second column of washers going. 12 of those... Sure, 8 of those. I don't think it needs to be 8, but whatever. Actually, 1.86 a second. We need a total of... This says a total of 16. And I just don't believe that to be true, because clearly this isn't using 8 of these for... Let's find my borax build. Boop. Okay. Oh, this doesn't even have its own... 8.04. And only 11 washers. What I've got is more washers than that. 12 of them. Then we merge. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Merge onto the other side of the belt. And then... Oh! Well, that's wrong. Good to know. Well, there's your problem. Alright. But let's double it anyway. Let's just do it because we're thinking about it. So that means we want 22 borax washing machines. No, 24 of them. And we need another 9, what I will call 10 crystal mines. Alright. And of course, washers are one of those things that we're not making enough of. because reasons. Let's see, which one of these things might take inductors? There's some inductors. All right, 12 of those. We're just waiting on the other crystal mines, which are probably coming from somewhere. All right, let's go double borax. Ugh. It's not necessarily the most important bottleneck in the base, but, like, anything that's interfering with the ability of my metals to run effectively is a problem, as far as I'm concerned. So let's just get borax. Get borax up to the point of not being a problem. That's... All right, so that's that part. And then basically this whole thing, we flip around. Not quite that much of it. This whole, ooh. No, we're gonna have to reposition these. Which is fine. I just want to get it all done in one go if I can. All right, flip that back around and get that lined up there. Water, still only one offshore pump, so that's fine. And then we'll bring the second belt of borax up and over. I don't know why these belts do such a ridiculous loop. And then, let's see. All of this goes away. And let's grab this part, I guess. We don't need this, because these are just single belts in. There we go. That is a lot of borax. So all of these together should be able to do... I have 18 of them here. Yeah, so that's a little over 2 belts of input. These guys should be putting out about 2 belts of output. I fixed the weird... At least I think I fixed. There should be 12 here. Yeah, 12 at the bottom, 12 at the top. Beautiful. I think we're good. I think that is borax, hopefully solved for the foreseeable future. But it's used in a lot of metal processing, right? So just having more of it is good. So going back to looking at copper, yeah, our copper provider is still sad. But I think it's turned back on again. I think we're just waiting for things to catch back up. Yeah, these are correctly ratioed, so this should be catching up to all of these guys. Just the, yeah. .65 times 6 is, yeah, still only like 3 and change items a second, so that should be fine. I'm surprised how far this is backed up. I could definitely... I mean, I could potentially increase some of the amount of buffer that we have around borax and fiber in this so that it dispatches trains a little more frequently. Or dispatches trains when we have a higher buffer. That might help things run more consistently. Alright, this does all look like it's catching up, though. It's just taking a little while. All right, we should have EVA running. Yeah, it's running. It just hasn't gotten around to making a delivery yet to where it needs to go. More fatty acids. Oh, excellent. Fatty acids only go to one place. So that's good. We should have plenty of EVA for the near future. So really, it's just, well, the Nextlit batteries, obviously. Still waiting on those. We're waiting on the earlier parts for a lot of this, for shafts and for other things. Shafts, gearboxes, brakes, and then pretty much everything else we're good to go on. So we're very, very close to mechanical parts 2 finally turning on, which would be fantastic. All right, so this is waiting for more small parts. That's not a surprise. Small parts are going as fast as they can. We could scale this up, but, like, we've been pretty limited by our ability to deliver metals recently. So I don't think scaling up small parts is going to help. I think this all needs to be working right. And to be fair, it does seem like it's working right, but it's going to take a while for copper to be able to catch up. Why are there no trains with this stop? There should be heaps of available borax. Yeah, borax is full. Oh, and not connected. There's no trains with this stop because I broke it. That's why. All right, well, hopefully that gets delivered before copper, like, fully stops, but I think copper's gonna, like, fully stop again. Oh, and tailings are being a problem too still. Oof. And we just did a huge tailings build. Oh, this needs a train limit. That's part of the problem. Oh, and this is also a problem. Okay. This needs to get fixed. That way stuff waiting for gravel doesn't block tailings. Set that to a higher train limit too. Let's get up there and let's adjust those trains for the gravel drop-off. I could probably on gravel, because it's stacks of 200, switch that to stack inserters for drop-off, just because it does take a little bit longer to get things out of those trains. I don't know if it's really necessary as long as we have the space for the trains to queue up, right? I think that was the issue more than the unloading speed at this station. Oh, oh. There we go. That should do the job with this now. If it does, buffer up. We have space for trains. Cool. Yeah, and this now has a bunch of trains dispatched for tailings again. So what was happening here is that because the gravel trains take so long to unload, and because this station had too high of a train limit, the trains were blocking the main road here and stopping tailings from unloading. And that was causing tailings to back up in the rest of the base, even though we added a bunch of tailings processing. So that should be fixed now. This needs actually a priority, because this is the output of a void, I think, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, this is our low priority tailings to other stuff. Let me find glass down here. Speaking of, is glass doing okay on its fuel now, finally? Yes, it is. Look at that. This one should have another fuel delivery coming at some point. We now have a lot of fuels available, and that's a little bit concerning to me. Diesel and benzene will back up eventually. There's really no way to prioritize fuels in the current system other than by whatever has buffered the most. So as far as figuring out my, like, fuel priorities, if there's something that's, like, sitting, never being used, the only way to make it get used more is to add a bigger buffer at the delivery station so it backs up further. But I think that's fine. Does that fix... Has copper's tailings been picked up now? Yeah, there we go. I mean, there's still a lot of tailings here, but that's no longer going to be a blocker for this. Yeah. And this processing is clearing out as expected. Cool. I think I caught the tailings issue before it became too much of an issue. As far as borax and fiber into this go, I think I want to do... if I do 45 and 45 and... Oh, nope, not you. Shoot. Please don't tell me you already dispatched. No. Okay, good. There we go. That should let it dispatch extra train loads of borax and fiber just to keep this a little more topped up. That way, if there is a delay with any single delivery, the system doesn't run down as quickly. Unfortunately, That other copper blip definitely caused some issues, so it's going to take us a little while, again, to get caught up to a place where we're going to start delivering copper to the belt base. But, man, hopefully soon. Like, when this thing runs consistently, it makes... How much do we actually make? Just about 36 a second. So we have a little more than 2 belts of copper plate, which is a lot of copper plate. It really is. You know, Pi is not a large-scale mod pack for the most part. We are making quite a bit of it. It's just that we've had so many issues with... We've had so many issues with keeping copper running that we've been sort of consistently running low for quite a while, and that's gonna keep. It's gonna take a little while for that to work itself out. But it looks like here, as far as what's left for copper deliveries, there's this one, which is one of the mechanical parts. There's Akitsuna. This one is tinned cable. Eleftherios is small parts, and that'll keep eating a lot of copper because we're also really far behind on small parts. And then finally... it will go to the belt base and help with turning the belt base back on. So, quite a ways to go there, but I mean, we should see as soon as this gets itself up to 2,000 again, that we'll get another dispatch somewhere. Yep, there we go. That one's going to tinned copper cable, which should be pretty close to buffered. Maybe not. Where's tin? Were we backed up on tailings? No, there's no tin ore. What? Sure, but... yeah, tin ore is super full. Why no tin ore? There should be basically 2 trains on the way here. Yep, there are. Does tin ore have a low train limit? Do I need to push that up to 2 and not 1? Is that an issue? Is an issue. Okay. Right. Yeah, it looks like we're getting multiple trains dispatched to deliver ore here now. I think that was the issue. We would only ever get 2 trains at a time if we were also getting ore from here. We need... Alright, alright, alright. This is all running now. This is all running now. Yeah, the machines are all slowly turning themselves on. Oof, we were out of tin. That is really bad. Okay, how's solder doing then? Did solder break? Not yet, but close. Okay. Well, hopefully tin catches up. I'm concerned at how... much this looks like it hasn't been running. There we go. 4 trains with this stop now. So it's trying. It's trying real hard. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what we wanted to see up here. Where these gravel trains are queuing up appropriately instead of blocking the whole upper area. How long until geothermal power stage 2? Another hour. Alright, so assuming science doesn't fall over on us, we should get that done today. I'm reasonably confident in that one. How's glass going? That's backed up. A lot of this looks backed up. We're fully backed up on... yeah. Oh, and even glassware we've got going. And optical sets. We're caught up on glass! Finally! Oh, alright. But also, glass is like our biggest use of liquid fuels, so... we may have to add some voids. I think I do have, like, a diesel void if we need it. Yeah. Oh, but this is backed up. Why is this backed up? Because I accidentally unplugged... alright, let's go fix that. Because, yeah, if that diesel void backs up, that blocks basically so much of the rest of our processing, because diesel is our void for aromatics right now. All right, there we go. Now this will all spring back to life and start voiding diesel again. As for our other liquid fuels, I don't think we need to void tall oil. I think tall oil will just get used. Probably I do want to increase our buffer size for diesel so that... basically what's going to happen right now is we'll void diesel down to a threshold, and then that threshold will be that threshold will be below what, like, our other fuels will be sitting at in their provider stations, which means we'll always just, like, void diesel and use other fuels, and that's stupid. So we now have, this, which is now what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 160, 480? So instead of being above 200,000, we'll be above 450,000. There we go. That way, we're not voiding it. Diesel will accumulate, and if I find one of my liquid fuel consumer stations down here, we should see that, there we go, diesel is pushing ahead of all the other stuff. Eventually, we will still void the diesel, but it has to pile up significantly more before we'll do that. Cool. Think that is an improvement. Still waiting for shafts here. Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of stators going. That's good. Brakes are still waiting for brakes. You're just waiting for MOSFETs. Yeah, that's a known issue. I think most of what we're waiting on here is just like the same old known issues, right? Shafts are going to go a little bit faster now, which is great. Because we have to get like 2 or 3 shaft deliveries happening in our lives. Gearboxes are slowly catching up as well. Brakes have been really one of the frustrating ones. Yeah, that's still small parts. So that's brakes. What is this one? Nexolite, small parts, and solder? Oh, that's shafts, isn't it? Planter boxes and small parts is science. That's funny. This is the mall. And this one is advanced small parts. So yeah, our small parts thresholds are not really keeping up. I don't remember what our small parts is scaled to as far as, like... what it'll try to run. what is our input here? 2, 4, 6. Okay, only 6 copper a second. So, like, our copper should still catch up even when small parts aren't caught up, because copper plate is going to be produced just a lot faster. Yeah, we're already dispatching copper plate to the belt base, finally. And that's huge, having that dispatch going. And then this 1.1 to Dave Cap. Also, there's absolutely a bug in this where it looks like it rounds down instead of rounding to 0. Oh. But cool. That means that we should be getting copper plate deliveries here relatively soon. And this belt of copper plate will start to go... I mean, it's got to go everywhere around the belt base, right? We're so far behind on everything in here. I don't even know where to start. So it's going to take quite a while for this system to really come back to life. And to get caught up on itself. But I think, or I hope, that we're now that we're caught up on the rest of our copper demand, like, this will dispatch more to the base, even though the base is low priority. Yay. So, the things that were kind of blocked on then, one is I need motors, or I need pumps specifically. And then I can go turn on the requester station for the Nextlit batteries, until we get, what do I want to say? Turning on the requester station for the Nextlit batteries will get us some we're gonna hand feed some stuff here. This is absolutely what we're gonna do. We need 3 pumps. We're gonna get 3 pumps because the bots have no pumps to bring me. Or no, it's more than 3 pumps, isn't it? It's, let's find this. 5 pumps, okay. I think we're gonna have just enough. Although it'll work with only 3 or 4 of them. 5 is better. Oh, nope. We only got 4 of them. Okay. Oh, don't bring me this stuff. Ah. All right, ad break is starting shortly again. I am going to, during the break, wander down here so we can drop these pumps off. This should be able to get its delivery of olefins, but probably not its delivery, obviously, of anthraquinone, because anthraquinone is always a pain in our behind. Yeah. So we're always behind on arthropod blood, and we will be for a little while longer. But yeah, hopefully once we get that request in, it'll get the anthraquinone delivery relatively on time. Oh, and science broke. All right, what's broken with science? Science. Yeah, it's still pi 1. Which is surprise. Oh. I don't like it when I see something was broken and I come back and it looks fine. What was this out of? Was it out of logs? Was it out of hydroxide? It must have been out of logs because I see wood still buffering and catching up. All right. Well, let's head down. God, copper is so weird in this base. So yeah, this half a belt merges down somewhere. I think it's this belt. Yep. And then it'll come down here and it'll merge with this iron right here. And that's what goes off, I think, to the alloys. And then further down, it comes down here for circuits. It's a mess. It's old. It's been around a long time. The spaghetti was thrown together just to make things work, as it always is. But hopefully, we'll get things caught back up on copper plate. Okay. Those should be... Yep. Wow, I have lots of olefins available. Oh, and welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We just hooked up the station here for the next what batteries, the fluid station. So this should have its, yeah, olefins dispatched. Okay, and we are grabbing them as the byproduct of cadaveric arums before it's grabbing them from anywhere else. So that's good. This station. What am I doing here? This is just fluorine to olefins. Why do I have this? Versus my other olefins down here from syngas. Which are also, they're both normal priority. Neither of them appears to be... I mean, yeah, I guess I need to use up my fluorine. I don't know if I have a use for it right now, but... Oh no, but this is full. So why is this halted? Wait, how is this? This is requesting fluorine. I have fluorine up here, right? No. Because my fluorine output isn't on the network? Eh? I don't know what the point of any of this is or why I made it. Think it was intended as like a hydrofluoric void? Maybe? Yeah, so this is the only station that requests hydrofluoric acid. So this absolutely should be voiding fluorine or voiding hydrofluoric to fluorine, I think is the purpose of this. And then fluorine itself... all I have is that. Okay. So yes, I think this is a hydrofluoric void. Hydrofluoric to fluorine, and then fluorine to olefins. Okay. So we should fix that and make it work correctly as that void. Because right now it does not, and I'm almost backed up on hydrofluoric acid. So... something else weird to go fix. So is our HF in? This is on the A network. But hydrofluoric has void logic. Okay, so yeah, let's put you on the V network. And then out here, this needs to be, not that I'm making fluorine any other way, but this needs to be a high priority fluorine provider. Okay. And then down here, actually, let's... there we go. Here, and this needs to be renamed. Void hydrofluoric to fluorine. Then down here, this is void fluorine to olefins. So this also needs to be the V network. Low priority. Low priority here. And then the output of this needs to be high priority because this is the output of a void. Cool. And then really we should do something like this. And that way if I need to set up an olefins void, I can. I think this one also, yeah, it needs to be high priority because it's the output of a void. And then this combinator set for the olefins I need to bring over to the cadaveric arums, and I need to set it up the same way so that it can overflow to some sort of olefins void if and when such a thing comes into existence. Because right now the arums don't... The olefins is a byproduct of them, but it's not a... It is not correctly voided. Not that I have an olefins void, I'd need to figure out what that looks like, but I just noticed that I have a couple of different things that are making olefins, so I want to be careful with making sure that they're actually going to get consumed. But yeah, the arums are, you know, not doing anything as long as circuits aren't running, so, because that's just an input to this. Wow, we went through a few green chips. And again, we're pretty much blocked on etching solution. And then similarly, pretty soon over here, our Nextlit batteries are only going to be blocked, well, once we have our particle accelerator, are only going to be blocked on anthraquinone. So that remains like our biggest freaking bottleneck is anthraquinone, and we definitely need to... I mean, let's pop in YAFC, actually. Let's close a bunch of tabs, and let's take a look at our, like, anthraquinone and... So, in theory, we can make plenty of hydrogen peroxide, assuming we can get 37 a second anthraquinone. And this will work if we can get 1 a second lol vanadium pentoxide. Because Vanadium pentoxide, we can push up to 0.75 a second, assuming we could get 30 a second arthropod blood. All right. And how much arthropod blood are we making? Let's find out. It's not very much. 5. Yeah. So, like, if we do the math on that, 5 arthropod blood a second is... what's 0.76 divided by 3? That's like 0.28, 0.29. No, worse than that. 0.25. So we make like a quarter of a vanadium pentoxide per second, which means that that's about 12. We'll call it 12 anthraquinone a second. Which is a third of this, so that's like 6 peroxide per second. And we need 10 just to keep etching solution happy. Okay. You know, when I do the math at that level, do we double our Xyz again? This is the question. Because it does seem like we're actually nearly caught up to our demand. And I think we can, if we scale this up to 15 Xiapho pools, that's 0.105 Xyz a second. Okay. And if we scale up our rendering to be able to handle that, I guess it's like 4 slaughterhouses, right? Yeah, 3.15 slaughterhouses. Okay. And that gets us up to like, that's like 50% more. How is that? We had 8 before. This should be way more than 50% more. What did I do? So that's 7 more Xiapho pools, basically. Probably a little more sap extractors. Everything else, I think, is okay. We need to double check because we're sharing some of this infrastructure with the Zipier eggs. Yeah, 0.2 evaporators. Getting tight, but we do have just enough. Pressurized water is fine as long as we do have that second pressure pump. Okay. So yeah, let's expand Xyz a little bit more. I think that's a reasonable investment of our time. So we've currently got 4 sap extractors. We're going to need 2 more. 2 sap extractors, 1 pressure pump, and 7 Xiapho pools. And I think everything else is fine. All right. Oh, and the modules for those sap extractors, which is 4 sap trees. Let's not forget that, because we forgot that last time. 1 pressure pump, and 7 Xiapho pools. Which I'm going to make 8, because then the build is symmetric, and that's just more important to me than the exact ratio being correct. Bots have all this stuff for us. That should be no problem. What else are they going to want to try to deliver? Some power lines, some other stuff that they don't have in stock, so it doesn't even matter. All right, that should be good now. We should have unblocked our... Yeah, fluorine does not exist here. That's a lie. Hydrofluoric should be low enough it's not trying to void anymore. Good. Not that it's... I mean, it's fine. We have plenty of phosphoric acid right now, but it's good to know that that is not a problem. I also don't know if I have a way to make phosphine without making more phosphoric right now, so that's something to keep in mind, is we might need a phosphoric to we might need another way to make phosphine, because I think we need phosphine gas for, yes, these guys. Different problem, though. And then fluorine to olefins should be... Cool, this is running. This is going to fill up. If I do end up with too much olefins, what do I do with them? There's that lubricant recipe, which I don't love. Organic solvent and olefins for methanol and petroleum gas. Okay, that's an option. That's complicated, but it's an option. Fuel production 2 gives me avoid olefins to diesel, as well as to aromatics. All right. Oh, I'm going to need it for Simics. Okay. All right. So, various things. Woo. I just added 10 trains. All right, let's head down to Zeiss. Oh, what did we get here? Oh, small parts. Another big load of small parts, and that's gonna get this whole base trying to run a little bit more. Here, let's get more of these guys, like... I'm just going to keep dropping chargers where I see bots congregating. Probably could use more over around this thing as well, because they will be over here a lot, picking things up. All right, have fun, have fun, bots. Oh, and if I increase my Zeiss, how many more slaughterhouses do I need? I should double check that. 2 more. Let's grab those. Almost forgot that part, so we don't have to come all the way back up here. 2 more slaughterhouses. But yeah, I mean, you can see how many of these are red instead. I think all the yellow ones are ones that have backed up, and all the red ones are ones that are still slowly catching up. You know, some of these are blocked on, yeah, Duralumin, and Duralumin is going to be a long time to catch up. But a lot of these are blocked on small parts. Just hundreds of small parts across multiple levels of crafts, right? So, like, whatever I just clicked on, this thing needs DDCs, and DDCs are here. Oh, and those need steam engines. Okay. Nope, that's not DDC. That's biomass power plant. I don't know where DDCs are. Doesn't matter. A bunch of things probably do need steam engines, because steam engines are... You know what I should do? This might help this whole thing run, or it might make it worse. But if we add a steam engine factory up here, the bots can try to feed it with stuff from small parts from rails instead of just from what gets made down here. So as long as we have a copper shortage to this part of the base, the bots grabbing small parts from rails instead of this direct inserter-fed build for steam engines will help, will potentially help. But again, it's still just like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of small parts. Probably thousands and thousands of them, so... Ooh, I do see some Duralumin coming through, and that means we got copper all the way down to this part of the base. We're already out of it. But that is a good sign. And if we check the copper plate situation... Yeah, I mean, about where we were. There's going to be a couple, one or two more loads, and then it'll send another one to the belt base again. And that's just going to be the situation. So yeah, it does seem like we're mostly caught up on copper. If we check small parts, are they running consistently? Yes, they are. Almost. I was going to say almost too much, but yeah, the output of small parts is being blocked by a train because these are unloading. I mean, this is over a belt of throughput, so I should really have faster unloaders on this station, at least for the iron. Because this pulls, I think, almost a full belt of iron. Okay, we got our slaughterhouses. Let's go scale up Zeiss a little bit more. And we obviously, I mean, we need to scale up Zeiss probably even more than this once we get the better tech for them. But at the very least, this will get us... The more we scale them up now, the faster all the rest of this stuff goes for us, right? That's... This one doesn't need this weird split part. That can stay. Right. That was a little bit messy. But pretty... missed one piece, I think. Oh, are we out of... Oh. All right, we'll have to go fix those. Figure out what's broken with, our... What do you call them? Our phytoplankton. Oh, I need another pressure pump right. All right, that should be that. I didn't realize I was out of phytoplankton, so that might have been more what's been broken with my Zais than other things. Let's double check my ratios for phytoplankton. So this will make 16 phytoplankton a second. If I kind of look at all of my phytoplankton inputs here, let's just look at our numbers, clear out some of this other stuff that we're not using at the moment. Okay. So 4, 5.4, 12, call it 12. So like 24 phytoplankton a second, and this only makes 16. Okay. So this needs to be like 50% bigger, and it needs to be running more consistently. It feels like we're not getting deliveries maybe as often as we would have liked. And that might also explain why tin metal is also struggling. Because we just don't have enough tin ore to go around between the two of them. So I think I need to set up another tin ore mine. As ridiculous as that sounds. So yeah, let's grab the stuff we need for another tin ore mine then, and we'll figure out where it makes sense to put it. Probably right here. Well, no, that tin ore is not great. It's on top of a bunch of stuff. There's that one, which is also not great. There's one over here. I don't have a good station to hook that up to. That's underneath a bunch of stuff. That's on top of a bunch of stuff. This is the one we're already using. Maybe I just need to switch this over to orange inserters. Maybe that's all that tin needs, more than anything else. I also could do a second station. Because, like, obviously with 14 of these, well, 13 because one's turned off, each making 1.4 a second, like, what's this actually pushing out? Like 20 a second of tin ore. So, like, if we push this up to an actual 2 belts a second, or 4 belts a second, I mean, whatever, we could push this out to a real bonkers amount of tin ore into multiple. I don't keep ores in YAFC, so we'll just do a temporary sheet. We'll delete it when we're done. But, like, if we want, let's say, 2 fully stacked belts of tin ore. This is a stupid amount of ore. We're not going to do this much. But 64 mining drills? I mean, it's a lot. A lot of steam, I'm sure, as well. Yeah, 11. What if we just did 1 triple stacked belt? So, like, 45 a second. Yeah, 32 mining drills and 6 boilers. And we've already got 14 mining drills and 3 boilers? Yes. So I need 18 mining drills and 3 electric boilers. And we will expand our tin. But the other thing I want to do is I do want to go drop off down here these couple more slaughterhouses for the Zais, because why not? Why not have them go faster, right? All right. Oh. There we go. That should increase our capacity here. Let's go grab the stuff we need to push our tin mining up to a more bonkers level, and we'll get it to, we'll increase what's going in out of the mines, but we'll also switch it over to do stack inserters at the same time that we make that change, so that we can get trains in and out of there faster. Hopefully that'll be enough to get tin ore happy, both for our phytoplankton and for other things. Phytoplankton, we also should have a bunch that comes from jerky, right? It's just our low priority jerky consumer. as we ramp up slaughter, we should have more and more jerky available. I don't know what requests jerky on LTN. I apparently have one V network. What? What are you? Oh, this composts jerky. Oh god, no, don't run this. I forgot I had this. Okay, that should be enough to get that away from LTN. So yeah, there's this that wants jerky. Is this fish food? No, this is Corlex food. Uses a little bit of jerky. Okay. And then the only other consumer is this one, which is phytoplankton. But yeah, I expect we should be seeing more, now that we're slaughtering Augs, significantly faster. And actually, we could go up to the full 21 machines if we really wanted to here, that I talked about at the beginning of the stream. But now that we are going through Augs a lot faster, we can, we should be making a lot more jerky. It just takes a little while, right? Everything kind of has to accumulate and then spoil, and it'll make its way into here eventually. Yeah, and this is my other concern, of course, is that we're gonna... I can always throw a second buffer here for shells. That's not a big deal. And then we definitely will not run out of space. Alright, let's head over to tin ore, and let's get that expanded. Tin ore, right around here somewhere. I want to say, yeah, I think it's this patch of ore. So let's disconnect it here. All right, that's that part, and then down below, we just kind of have to realign all the, get the mines all set up so that we're pushing out the triple stacked belt that we want to be pushing out here. Yeah, that's not perfect because some of these ones are, oops, on water a little bit. But you know what? There's so much tin ore here. I'm just not worried about it. And then power. There we go. That should be just an absolutely bonkers amount of tin ore, is what it should be. Hopefully, we'll be able to keep up with tin ore demand now. The other thing we can potentially do is increase the scale of our phytoplankton build, because it does look like our overall demand is getting a little big. With Zeiss at full scale, that's 12.5. Zippier's at 6 2/3. That's 18 and 7/6, so 19 and 1/6. Fish is 1 point. That's a weird number. Yeah, there's a ratio of 7 in there, so now my numbers are real weird. And then primers is 4. So yeah, we're a little over 24 a second. And we should start getting more from jerky to phytoplankton, because we're doing more animal processing, right? We're expanding both the Zeiss and the Augs we're slaughtering significantly more of now. And that just translates right now pretty much directly into jerky. But it's still going to take time for that to build up and actually get sent and become extra phytoplankton. I don't know if it's going to be enough extra phytoplankton. My phytoplankton from jerky is... Oh, that's 48 phytoplankton a second from about a belt of jerky. So, if we get enough jerky in the base, the phytoplankton will not be a problem. So that's good, at least. Oh, this is running. This got a load of anthraquinone. Awesome. Which means we should be buffering. Yes, we're buffering some Nextwood batteries. Ready for when we get geothermal power. So let's figure out our geothermal, actually. Because we have geothermal water fissures here. We've got 1 that we're currently pulling from. 2 that we're pulling from. 3... Is it just those 3 that we're currently pulling from? I think so. So we can, where we're currently doing our geothermal, right here. This is not a significant amount of our power right now, obviously. So we will take this all apart, and we will reconfigure this for geothermal too. But let's figure out I think this has to be a new tab. We're making electricity from... Sorry, let me go back in the game and change what I'm zoomed in on so we don't have to see that. Listen to that. All right. From a high-pressure turbine Mark 1. Pressurized steam, 2,000 degrees. We're getting this one from... No, it's pressurized steam 1,000 degrees is what we get from geothermal. Yes. And then geothermal, not that geothermal water. Geothermal fissure mining. And we have 3 of these. Okay, so we're going to need 2 heat exchangers and 2, well, yeah, we'll do 2 heat exchangers and 2 high-pressure steam turbines, and we'll set up a steam battery on this. And that'll just give us a little bit of buffer capacity around some of this stuff. And then pressurized water and water pumping. Okay, so we need 1 pressure pump, 2 heat exchangers, and 2 high-pressure steam turbines. Cool. We can do that. Oh, it shows Mark II heat exchangers. Oop, heat exchanger Mark 1s. 3 heat exchangers. One pressure pump and 2 high-pressure turbines. All right, let's go back to base, and we can tear down our old geothermal, which is not a significant source of power for us anymore. And this, like I said, this spare gigawatt should give us the headroom to be able to turn on our first particle accelerator to start charging Nextlet batteries. And then that will give us the small parts that we need, although it's not immediately in our research. We're grabbing other things first. We'll want to do non-renewables and biomass. And we'll switch over to biomass power 2. And then this is what we need, finally, to have all the headroom in the world in our power, for now, to be able to do nuclear. Alright, I need 1 more heat exchanger. Come on, bots. Well, we have plenty of them at least. There we go. Got it. Cool. All right, we got 3 heat exchanger Mark 1s. And then this is almost certainly going to be, I can't pick this recipe yet, can I? No, I cannot. All right, that's fine. Apparently I did not have landfill when I did that. Pressure pump. Here. Making pressurized water. And then the outputs of these, hopefully. The problem is I don't know if it's going to be on the... One second. I can do this with Factory Planner, I think. Pick an item for a new factory. Pressurized steam at 1,000 degrees C. Amount, I don't care. We're gonna make that from this one. And then right click, add to cursor. Yeah. All right. So yes, these do just all output on one. Nice row. We'll drop down our 2 turbines. And then we will grab these 4 big tanks. And this isn't a huge steam battery, but steam battery nonetheless. All right, there we go. That's Geothermal 2. We're just waiting for the tech to unlock, and then it'll turn itself on. There should be pretty much no noticeable change in my power availability. Correct. Oop, centrifuge ran. Oop, centrifuge ran. That's funny. You know, I'm curious if I, let's see if I can figure this out up here. One of these. There's shale oil. This guy. I disconnect this. Is that... I might actually have to go up there and disconnect it. That's annoying. I was trying to get the game to tell me what it thinks our actual power availability is without this spare turbine here, because that's just an extra. I guess I can do the math. Oh, I isolated part of the grid here, apparently. Let's fix that. I guess it would be 15/16 of our, whatever, 5 or 6 gigawatts, so not a huge loss. Okay, that's really all I care about. It's ad break o'clock. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back from the ad break, hopefully this science will be done, and we should be able to see our new geothermal power turn itself on, which I am very excited for. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. I noticed that shafts were stopped, and shafts are stopped on iron nexylate antimony special alloy. Which appears to be running when I look over here, although I have no idea what our actual rate of production is. Relatively low. So I wonder if I have overscaled shafts, and this isn't actually sufficient. Although it's also possible that this is still recovering from past, like, fuel shortages or something like that, or iron shortages. Oh, or antimony shortages. Yeah, we had an antimony shortage that's still being recovered from. So I suspect that is the issue. We fixed this on Tuesday, but gravel was, like, completely backed up across my whole base. Apparently still is, which is less than ideal. So we're still catching up on voiding gravel. Oh, and apparently we are full on saline water. Cannot get it out fast enough, and I need another pump there. Great. So we got to figure that out. Gravel is still an issue. It's possible that we're mostly caught up on gravel at this point. I really don't know. I mean, it looks like, yes, we are mostly caught up on gravel at this point. Oh, no, never mind. 20K, 24K, 20K, 15K, 17K, 20K. Okay, no, we're not caught up on gravel. Is 24K a full freaking thing? Yes. All right. So gravel is bad still, is the answer. But there we go. This turned on. And that gives us significantly more headroom. There we go. So that's the headroom we needed in our power to be able to do our first particle accelerator. So excellent. We have the headroom now. What is this? This is supposed to be a fuel pipe, I think, that I disconnected. Yeah, I think it comes right through here. So yeah, when sand gets used, that'll be a little bit of gravel demand, but our only other use for gravel right now is just turning it into saline water. So we are going to need to use more saline water at some point really soon. I think the problem is that we also recently set up tar quenching, and that also makes a bunch of saline, so like... I never thought saline water would be a problem, but saline water is becoming a problem. And yeah, Cybersyn won't issue another dispatch because there isn't room at this stop for another train load worth of stuff. It will once we're close enough to empty, I think. Anyway. Cool. This is a, this is huge. This is power that we seriously need, so I'm glad we have it. And from that, Oh. Let me double check. This is buffering steam, right? Slowly but surely? Yes, we are buffering steam slowly but surely. Oh, but for the steam battery to actually work, we need more steam turbines, don't we? Or else there's no way for the steam to go and actually run into the grid later on. Yeah, I need like 1 or 2 more turbines on here, don't I? I didn't even think about that. Alright, well, this will still buffer steam at least, but... For our particle accelerator, what do we need to bring up to the base if we want to get that built? That's an important thing. Let's figure that out. We need some red chips, 50 of them, and we need 20 electric engine units. Okay. Let's go grab some... Where am I? Let's just go grab some shafts and hand deliver them to electric engine units. And then we'll also be able to grab some electric circuits, oops, and hand deliver those to... We'll drop some of these in shafts, and we'll drop in electric engines, and we'll drop some of these at shaft Mark IIs down below. Just to let them both get started a little bit. Until we get a train delivery of shafts to each of them, right? Because they're each going to need a delivery of shafts to happen. Ah, nope, we just made a bunch of biocrud. That's why that's running. That's fine. All right, start making rotors. Oh, this is 3 to 1 even, so that'll be great. We'll have enough electric engines for our thing pretty quickly. And then the rest of these rotors can, or these shafts can come over here to shaft Mark II. And that is, oh, that's 1 to 2 as well. Cool. So yeah, these will run nice and quick once they finally get their deliveries, which is great. Hey, first electric engine unit. There we go. All right, I'm going to let this run for a little while and let the engines accumulate. While that's going, we got to go get the red chips that we need as well for the particle accelerator. And then we'll be able to go back, grab the engine units, drop all that off at the mall. I haven't paved this section yet, and I'm out of asphalt in my inventory, so we're not paving it right now, unfortunately. That's all right. Red circuits are right here. And then I believe this is the last, I mean, other than just everything being kind of slow and taking a while to catch up and run. Yeah, the Nextlit batteries are our final ingredient that we're missing. Again, that doesn't mean these things are going to run with any alacrity. They are... We're just not making a lot of the silicon products and things like that we're going to need in multiple places. We're making a lot more lard now, which is good. We're making at least a little more hydrogen peroxide now. I forgot what I came over here for. It's electric engines, so I need to be up here. You know, our copper and our iron are catching up, which means that our... Oh, these are twice as fast as this one. Okay. Sure. I'm not sure why I don't have two of these machines here, but I guess I decided I didn't need them. $48. How many did I say I needed? Was it 30 or 50? 20. Cool. We can make two of those. Turn our legs back on, and let's go get ourselves our first particle accelerator. And then we can start getting Nextlit batteries running. I do think we're going to have to figure out either a use for saline water or something, because right now I'm not sure that our gravel void is going to be able to keep being a gravel void. But other than that, things seem to be running more smoothly now. All right, and there's our first particle accelerator. Yes, hard mode. We don't burn anything. Waste not, want not. Well, I want for a lot of things, but most of what I want for is not stuff that can be easily retrieved, so... Alright, particle accelerator! Oh, this'll run... Oh, I'm an idiot. I need to also be bringing out Nextlit plate. There we go. A lot of Nextlit plate, actually. There we go. We're particle accelerating. And we didn't crash our power grid! Um, there it is. Oh, it almost catches up to being our #1 power consumer. Lovely. Oh, it's trying so hard. Oh, it's an offloading thing. Of course. 1.25 a second, I think, is a yellow. There we go. Now this should be able to run consistently. And now we should see it really just, like, sucking down all the power in the base. Does it use more than our stack inserters? No. Stack inserters are still on top. Oh. Where are you? Oh, centrifuge still. Yep. Cool. So that's going to take a little while to buffer up, and that's fine. And this won't actually be running full time once it catches up on what's on the belt, obviously. These are not that quick. But that's cool. And then those will eventually get delivered up here to this? Yes. This also needs red circuits. Red circuits are still broken on yes. I think our next delivery of anthraquinone should end up going to peroxide again, so that'll help. Xy's are not currently slaughtering, which, I mean, it could be fine, but no, they're not running. We have no Xy larva, and we have no Xy larva because we have no phytoplankton. We have no phytoplankton because my fix to tin ore didn't work? I mean, basically, yes. Did I break tin ore? Yes. There we go. I'm assuming tin plate is equally sad. Yeah. Oops. So yeah, that's a problem. But that should... This should come back to life pretty quickly. This has a fairly high train limit. Yeah, there's already multiple trains being dispatched, so... That's good. The other side of our jerky, or of our phytoplankton, is the jerky-based one we were talking about earlier, and that's, you know, whatever. We should be seeing more jerky. But apparently there's demand for meat somewhere. Probably digosaurs, right? So, yep. The digosaurs are hungry. But we're also pulling in, you know, more brains and more guts and all of that. Well, the problem is it won't, because a lot of that is now being voided, right? I have a brain void. I have a guts void. So I'm not just letting stuff decay into jerky, like, a lot. It really is a not all that often thing. So if I need the jerky-based phytoplankton here to run, then maybe that means I need to change how I'm handling my voids for, like, brains and guts and meat? Question mark? So, like, skin we obviously need a void for. But, like... do we need brains to lard? Or do we get rid of brains to lard in favor of... just letting brains, well, for now, decay. But also, if we start relying on brains decaying as soon as we have vat brains, we're going to be real sad. Oh, look, it happened again. Some week I will go into the editor and we will, like, tick by tick go through this and see if we can find the race condition. For now, it's fine. It doesn't break that often, and it's easy enough to trigger the workarounds when it does break, so... not the biggest problem in the base. How are... intermetallics are running, small parts are running. Has copper kind of started to catch up at all yet? Maybe. I mean, yes, because I see coppers being dispatched to the belt base. So that is a sign that things are happening. I think that might be what that train that just left there did, was drop off a bunch of copper. Indeed. So, yeah. Things are getting more and more done here. Actually, we should start from the right, because if we start from the left, then we're starting with ones that are used as inputs to other things, and obviously that's not going to happen. So, like, this is going to be blocked on electric engine units soon, and I'm not that worried about that one. Oil sand extractors are sitting, waiting on steam engines, DGCs, steam engines... steam engines, steam engines, duralumin, more duralumin, storage tanks, all right, steam engines. So yeah, there's a lot of buffering still happening, and it looks like a lot of things are blocked on steam engines, and steam engines ultimately are blocked on small parts, right? That goes without saying. So. Well, like, a lot of things are getting more caught up, so. Looks like duralumin is the big one other than steam engines. I see regular storage tanks. I don't know what that is. Yeah, duralumin. Duralumin. So it seems like steam engines and, by proxy, small parts and then duralumin are really the two things keeping this from fully finishing. Engine units, that's small parts, right? Fluid mining drills, that's probably small parts. That's down here somewhere, though. Yep, small parts. So yeah, these deliveries of copper, every time we get some to... here it comes now. Every time we get one of these loads of copper into the belt base, we'll have this little spurt of activity as we get small parts being made and other stuff like that. But the mall really is almost all the way caught up now. Like, looking at it, you can see how many squares are... or how many machines are yellow instead of red, and all the red ones are blocked on, like, the same intermediates. So the mall really is very nearly caught up. Yep, speaking of, there's more duralumin. Ooh, and even a little bit of intermetallics coming in. Oh yeah, this is starting to actually accumulate copper down this path. That's awesome. That is fantastic. That's what I want to see. So yeah, the system is getting there. Obviously, I need to watch out for gravel as an issue in the belt base as well, not just in the rail base, because if we run out of space for concrete, we're gonna have a bad time. Alright. But that's good. That's really good. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's almost our first delivery of Nexalit batteries to control panels up here. Three complex circuits in 5 Nexalit batteries into each control panel, though. Jeez. Some of the ratios on these things, like... 3 complex circuits is a lot of complex circuits, and that's just in control panels. These guys each use another 3. Alright. These guys don't actually need them, but they use a bunch of the stuff that goes into complex circuits. So we're looking at, like... Oh, but then you divide by 6 again. So it's like 1 complex circuit into 1 mechanical parts? Is that true? 0.1 a second? 0.1 a second. Alright. Alright, Pi. You're not as evil as I thought you were. It's still not good, to be clear. It's just not evil. There's a broad gray zone in the middle, and Pyanodon's is absolutely in that gray zone. How are we doing here? Yeah, iron Nexalit antimony special alloy is still being a problem, which is breaking shafts. Iron Nexalit antimony special alloy is stopped, probably on antimony. Antimony is probably stopped because gravel's not running anymore. Oh no, we're actually running. Okay. I'm not sure then. Might just be that we are... What's that? 11 times 0.1, so like 1.1 a second. And what does iron nexalide antimony alloy want to use? 16 times 0.05, so only like 0.8 a second, which is most of our antimony, to be clear. And also, we have another stuck train. This is happening more often. I might have to figure out why. I think what happens is, like, when the input changes just as a train is being dispatched, we have some, like... I need, like, one more combinator to buffer our, what am I trying to say? We change our request, like, too quickly before we realize that a train has been dispatched, and then we can end up latching the wrong request, I think is what happens. So I need to change how we latch requests, basically. Oh, I don't have pumps. Ugh. All right, there we go. But yeah, it's like when we don't... I'm not sure. I need to figure out, like, tick by tick what's going on and where we might have opportunities for race conditions to be able to say, like, oh, is it... You know, is there a tick where, like... the train has arrived and it can dispatch another one? That shouldn't be the case. Could be the case. I don't know. I need to go through tick by tick and see what the outputs of the CyberSyn combinators are, what the outputs of the everything else are. Alright, science is slowing down again. Is this one of the things that has been consistent with science, or is something else just broken? Still Pi-Sci 1, which for whatever reason... Oh, is that literally going to Pi-Sci 1 right now? Yes. So do I just need a little more basic substrate production? How much basic substrate production do we have? It's really hard to tell. We have 20 of these guys. I think that's our limiting factor. 20 of these guys makes 1 petri dish a second. Ugh. And this turns 2 petri dishes into 10 basic substrates, so it's 5x. But it's per 3.5 seconds. Okay. That would seem to imply that I'm making, like... That can't be right. We're making 1 a second, 5x, and then divide by 3.5. Oh, it's 5 over 3.5. There we go. I did 50 over 3.5. So like 1.4 basic substrate a second. Down at pi psi 1, we are able to use... Wait, 3.6 basic substrate a second? Excuse me? Yeah. It can't be right. No, this is way more than 1 a second. My math is wrong. Alright, so I have 20 of these times 0.05, and that is 1. And these make... Is it just 2 to 10? So we're making 5 a second, basically? Yeah, I think it might be 5 a second is what we're making. So that should be enough, although basic substrate is also used in other places. Like pi psi 2, question mark? No. I don't remember what else it's used for, but it's used in other things. I guess I could check. Basic substrate is used in... whatever this is. Oh, logi science. Okay. Goes into Sarkarus. And this will happily pull out a lot, but logi science should be, like, turned off right now because we've made too much of it. And that appears to be the case. So that's fine. Such as it is. Oh, except that this is going to keep trying to make Sarkarus, isn't it? No, these are turned off. Only because solidified Sarkarus is sufficiently high. Okay. We need to add some additional logic around here. So that this won't just, like, keep making solidified Sarkarus when... Alright, well, one, we need to turn off the manure request, just like we turned off all of the spoilable body parts requests. And we also need to change, I think, our logic here so that instead of just disabling these when Sarkarus is sufficient, we also disable when Logisci is sufficient. So let's head over there and do that. That's another little fix. I don't think manure matters as much as far as, like, not delivering it when we don't need it, but... you know, no sense wasting it, basically. Yes, it's manure, but we can still waste it. All right. We're going to do something like this, except manure. Remove from that. We'll do manure here. Cool. And then these guys that currently turn on based on Sarkarus less than 6, instead what we will do we want Logi Science is less than, what was my threshold? 15k? 15k. And Sarkarus is less than whatever this threshold was. Less than 6. Okay. And if that is the case, then we will output green check. These guys will be enabled when checkmark equals 1. Cool. That should do that. That'll disable manure requests if we don't need them. And then this will still rate limit the solidified Sarkarus into this system. I think that is good. I think that'll do what we needed to do. Yeah, not enough for those to get delivered anywhere, but that's okay. We don't actually need that many of them. We only needed them for that first particle accelerator initially, so don't care about that at all. Nylon, that's fine. MOSFETs are still waiting on silicon. That's fine. Oh, these got their first delivery of excellent. All right, so these are waiting on complex circuits, which are also waiting on silicon. Transistors and MOSFETs are both waiting on silicon right now. Probably the same silicon. Yeah, they're both waiting on the heavily N-doped. This is all designed so that it'll balance itself based on demand. So none of these will buffer too heavily. So in theory, heavily N-doped will eventually get the bulk of the blank silicon, whatever they're called, just silicon wafers. But that requires us to get etching solution in here. Which is, again, that's the whole vanadium pentoxide, back down to Xy's, and Xy's are still... Oh, Xy's are running. All right. Good, 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 good. How is this looking, though? Oh, it's empty already. That's bad. May as well request more, a larger buffer here. I don't think it's going to hurt too much to request a larger buffer. Holy crap, that's a lot of missing trains. Do we really have that many deliveries that need to be made right now? I mean, there's no trains at any of the depots, so apparently the answer is yes. This depot is busy. All right. Pi 1 should be running again, I think. Yes. Okay, and we're getting a train load full of it. Excellent. Ooh, look at that. Basic substrate is stopped on wood. Is wood really a problem again? Or maybe the better way to say is wood really a problem still? Not wood, log. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stations that want logs delivered? Yeah, it's kind of a problem still, isn't it? All right. We may have to expand logs again, which I've been trying so hard to avoid doing. I really don't want to. We really just have to duplicate this build, but... Alright, science is back on, that's fine. So we've caught up to what my task list was, so I guess it is time to kind of do a little bit of contemplation and theory crafting, right? So this is unified science. These are the things that are left for us to build here down. Nuclear samples, organic acid anhydride, self-assembly monolayer material, parylene tetracarboxylic dianhydride, say that 10 times fast, and muckmucks. These have other dependencies, obviously. We need this one. That one's not too bad to make. Chromium, molybdenum, nickel, not too bad to make. We're already making rayon. We're already making nexolite. Trichlorosilane, I don't think we make available on the bus, although maybe we should centralize trichlorosilane production. Let's find out. I know I could check this in YAFC, but I can just as easily check it here. Silicon. I see trichlorosilane being made, and I see it feeding directly into electronic-grade silicon. So we do not put trichlorosilane online anywhere. So maybe that's a refactor to contemplate? is that. Oh, but this uses up its own hydrogen. Ah. And loops the HCl. Okay. So yes, this is a closed loop. That's why I did this one this way. But we may still want to do a separate trichlorosilane then. Well, maybe. Do we need it for other things? That's the question, right? That's always the question. And the answer is no. So we do it on site. That's fine. And then the other thing this needs is Paraline, which, okay, needs Navins. That's used for the PTCDA, and later on it's used for other things, phthalic anhydride. And that's going to be used for... yeah, not as much as I expected. And then we've also got phosphorus pentasulfide, and we need to figure out which of these... oh, this is weird. Okay. We should look into phosphorus pentasulfide. That's going to be a funny loop. What else is in here? A little bit of tar, nexolate plate, benzene. Like, nothing in this self-assembly monolayer material seems terrible so far. Obviously, we haven't even thought about bootstrapping Navins yet. Other than that, this is manageable. And we will want to build this at a larger scale because we will also need this for buildings, right? You can see it's used in lots of red buildings. So we will want to make it available for that. And then the muckmocks are going to need the muckmock's food, which is fine. There's nothing in here that really jumps out as evil. And the calves are the same. They need bedding, and bedding I know comes from Grodd. Yeah. All right. So our AL things that we still need to start up before we can do chem science are going to be Grodds, Navins, and muckmocks. Oh, and these need Yotoi leaves. Oh, that's going to be a pain, isn't it? We'll look into that. And then organic acid anhydride is more phosphorus pentasulfide, fatty acids, and a little bit of geothermal water. I think that's probably fine. And nuclear samples, I think we already have a WIP sheet for. I may have... oh, there it is. Nuclear sample. Yep. Get us to that 0.017 nuclear samples per second. Yeah, and then this spits out phosphorus acid as a byproduct that we need to like deal with and reprocess, and that's fine. Other inputs that we don't have yet for this, we don't have ethanol yet. We don't have... oh, this wants to bring in uranium fuel cells as well. We just make those, right? Out of uranium and... yes, okay. Industrial solvent and ethanol are the new things for nuclear, so those are also things we might want to look into. I think everything else here we already have, might take a little extra scaling up of those things. Okay. It's ad break o'clock once again. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back from the ads, let's dive into ethanol and industrial solvent a little bit, and let's make sure that we really do have, like, everything we need for chem science, like, laid out in front of us. I think that's going to be important. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll do a little more theory crafting. And welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. What were we thinking about? We need to figure out ethanol and industrial solvent. And I think pretty much everything else in here. Phosphorus pentasulfide as well. Obviously, we need to figure out Navens and Mukmuks and Grodd, but none of these are looking like... I mean, improved fungal substrate, I'll have to double check what that is. Muckmox isn't too bad. I think I looked at Grodd and I didn't see anything that looked evil, although maybe I should double check that. No, that's fine. Limestone, soil, a little bit of urea. That's easy. We can do Grodd. So yeah, looking in nuclear samples then... Ethanol, okay, we got to do the whole molasses process for ethanol. That's good to know. And industrial solvent has some stuff that I don't recognize. What is in soda ash regeneration solution? Water ash and saline water. Okay. So that's not too bad either, honestly. Let's look at which one? Phosphorus pentasulfide. Because I think this one's gonna, like, also be able to say we can loop the pyrite back to more phosphorus pentasulfide, and then it spits out a little iron ore as a byproduct? Yes, and uses very little sulfur in the grand scheme of things. Okay. So that's fine for that part. So that really just leaves, like, the ethanol chain to decipher, which is all the molasses stuff. Oh, and molasses is just tufras. Okay. So we're going to need to expand our tufras, right? Because we're going to need them for ethanol, and we're going to need them for Muckmox food. Both of those are going to use tufras. And I don't think our tufras are particularly heavily scaled right now. We make 0.2 a second. What does Corlax milk use? 0.15. So we have a little bit of extra tufra, but not heaps of it. We do have the second level recipe, which we could switch to. And that might be good enough. Just bring in a few extra ingredients. Fertilizer, ash, and biomass. Yeah, that's easy. And that would probably be enough. Oh, we need a little industrial solvent. Oh, no, that's nuclear samples. Okay, never mind. This is all gonna be ridiculous. There's just a lot going on in the nuclear sample processing. Oh, and we have to sink this heat, which is annoying. Steam boiling, cooling water. Void the water. There we go. I also thought these were ratioed, and now they don't seem to be ratioed. I don't know why that is. Like, I really thought this was 3 of each type at one point. Or 2.99. Here, let's just multiply everything by 10. 35, 34, 33, 30... So, see, this is closer to ratioed now. It changed the ratios between these. And I don't understand why. Are we ending up with... Because I have two outputs... Oh, I'm also outputting 239. Well, that'll do it. Why am I outputting 239? I guess for fuel rods or fuel cylinders? Mox fuel cells, rather? Yeah, no. But get rid of that. I'll reconnect everything. There we go. Now it ratios. Jeez, that was like peak streamer blindness. I changed this number right next to it and didn't even notice there was another thing there. So yeah, I think, ethanol doesn't look too bad. Actually, we could probably just set up ethanol right now at a more reasonable scale than this, obviously. Morning, welcome in. Good to see you. We're, figuring out next steps on the route to chemical science. Just kind of trying to make sure I've got everything filled in and that I'm not going to have any horrible surprises with dependencies. And I think we're going to be fine. Nothing is... I mean, obviously bootstrapping new AL stuff can be slow, but nothing has jumped out as being, like, particularly gnarly, so... happy with that. Let's, yeah, let's make a new tab here, and let's call this ethanol. Let's see if we can get an ethanol build done before I call it a day. We may as well build it to this scale. Obviously, we can't run it anywhere near this scale, but that's fine. Zogna... I make Zogna, right? I don't have to... Yeah. I make plenty of Zogna. So yeah, 2 bioreactors, 2 filters, 1 pulp mill, 1 pressure pump. Everything else we make already. Yeah, I think U-238 is not really even accounted for in my processing there, because I'm inputting uranium fuel cells. The, like, U-235, U-238 side of things is not being handled, and I'm not worrying about that right now. At some point, presumably, I'll have to, because... it's not like I can void uranium, but in the short term, just for getting chemical science going, I don't really have to worry about it. Cool. We are fully caught up on copper plate. We have multiple dispatches going to the belt base at this point. So that is good to see. This caught up on all the copper it got to use. That's okay. Wouldn't be surprised if there's another, like, pulse of copper working its way through here. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe that would be too easy. There's some, but I think that's the current one that I just saw coming in. Yeah, that's this. All right, 2 filters, 2 bioreactors, 1 pulp mill, 1 pressure pump. That looks correct to me. Thanks to 1,000 PU-238 with 37,000 U-238 left in a warehouse. That's not so bad. I mean, that's still a lot of uranium, but... Alright, where do I want to do this build? It's not a big build. I could drop it down here, probably. What are my inputs, even? 1 solid station, 1 fluid station, 1 fluid out. Oh, and biomass out. So it needs 4 stations in total. Yeah, just do it down here somewhere. Whatever. All right. 1, 2. Oh, you know what? We're not going to be able to do this build. I still don't have pumps. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that's, a problem. While all this gets, or tries to get caught up, right? I think it's going to take a couple more deliveries of copper before things are actually happy. I guess we could get it all built except for the input pumps. It just won't turn on. Alright, that's fine. We'll just build it all without the pumps, and we'll come back and do pumps another time. All right, solid inputs are tufras, filters, and there was one more thing, Fawaji. All right, the first stage is tufras into a pulp mill. All right. Oh, and then we need filtration media and then the Fawaji. They're all used in different stages. Of course they are. So that's fine. And we're going to go way overkill on the scale of this because why not? Tufra into our pulp mill. That's not how much we need, right? It's one B-type molasses. No, A-type molasses first. Yeah, it's one a second. Okay. And then that spits out the A-type molasses, and it also spits out the biomass at 0.8 a second. Ouch. Let's do that. That'll come out to a solid pickup right here. Sure. And this is a byproduct, like almost all of our biomass. We do actually intentionally make it, I think, in one place, so it is still good to make sure we mark that correctly. Routing issue? Am I missing some rails? Oh, I am. I didn't come down here and do the end of the track. All right. So that'll get the first step, and then we will have this A-type molasses, and that needs filters, which will come out like so into the filters to make B-type molasses. There. And then each of these brings in just 0.1 filters, so that's like that. And then the vacuum is like that. And then if we wanted to double it, it would go like that. Whoops. Actually, let's put this guy here. That and power. Sure. And then we're going to go out of that into a bioreactor. That needs the phagogy. And this is the, like, oh god. Ah! If I'm handling half a belt out of Tufras, then I need to scale this for a whole belt out of phagogy, which is what we're doing. Yes, that's ridiculous overkill. No, I don't care. There's phagogy. And those will come down into these bioreactors. Somewhere down here. Making ethanol. Each of these wants 1 phagogy a second. No big deal. And then it's going to need Zogna in. And that is going to stop this from actually fully turning on, because I don't have Zogna available right now. Oh, wait, no, I have Zogna. I don't have the pumps. That's right. I have no pumps, so this is not actually gonna... Yeah. And then the output of this will be our ethanol, which will be here. Or down here, actually. Let's do it down here. Doesn't really matter. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind again. Let's do it here. Just because I think it'll come through here. Yeah, a little more cleanly. So besides needing a bunch of pumps and needing to wait for the upstairs base to figure itself out to get me those pumps, I believe this is now ethanol done. And that was a very easy build. We will obviously need to scale Tufras if we want to run this build at even close to full capacity. But probably also would need to scale phagogy to run this at even close to full capacity. But I think that is a reasonable... I mean, again, this is already way bigger than we need, and it's ghosted to be able to double it easily. And I have the inserter capacity to run this at a full belt of phagogy, which is like 7.5 times this scale, and this scale is already like 4 times what we need. So this will easily scale up to like 30 times our actual demand of ethanol at the moment. And I don't know how much ethanol demand is going to scale, but at least I built that in a way that I don't have to worry about it. How are we doing on shells here? All right. Our Zais currently... see, Zais just stopped again. Disabled by control behavior. We're not slaughtering bees, and that's presumably because we're full up on Urcod venom? Or is that because I screwed something up? Output signal should be bees. Bees are on my output signals. I screwed something up. Oh, I did. Look at that. Cool. Not the end of the world. I think we still have plenty of Arcod Venom for science, but still, I'm glad I caught that. Yeah, Zais. How are Zais doing? Are they running? They are running. We do have... I mean, we're burning through phytoplankton fast, and that's not really surprising. Oh, but we got a load of... It looks like we got a load of jerky, which is good. Because that gives this a chance to buffer a little bit further and get caught up. Every time we get a load of jerky, that's a lot of phytoplankton, so... Alright, I think phytoplankton is still iffy at best, but for now... Yeah, fish also needs it, of course. So, yeah, there's going to be some issues there. I think we at least fixed the tin ore problem. I mean, it seems like it. So we might at least just only have to scale our phytoplankton build a little bit. I don't think we have to worry too much about tin ore being a bottleneck anymore. Hopefully. I mean, we have multiple deliveries of tin ore en route here, so that's good. How are we doing on antimony? Are we backed up on gravel again? We are not backed up on gravel. We don't have fuel. Fiber is low. Okay. How badly low is fiber? Am I gonna cry when I look at this? Not really. Oh, I need to do the same thing for this that I did for Logisci, right? Because these are running. This is fully saturated, and we're just going to be requesting things that spoil and wasting resources. So I think especially we don't want to be making paragen if we have enough Pi-Sci 2. So I need to add a combinator to this and give it that and condition. I think everything else, I don't think this has any other, like, decayable ingredients, at least not directly input into it. Where am I? This way. So let's go drop off a combinator there and get that disabled. It never really, like, occurred to me when I designed all of this science production that my bottlenecks would be, like, Pi-Sci 1 and automation science. Like... So the newer science builds don't necessarily have the logic to handle being backed up, because I really didn't expect it to happen. All right, you go here. All right, so you want to output when paragen is less than whatever our threshold was. 4 was what I set it to. Sure. And Biocide 2 is less than 15k. Train network can't handle this much flora. I do not put flora on the trains on purpose. I situate things that need it near flora patches. If so, output checkmark 1. And then that, whoops, goes there. We switch you to run if checkmark equals 1. There we go. I don't think I have to change anything with requests. I could probably change this to request higher quantities of things, because it dispatches very tiny trains to this. But that's fine. It's such a low quantity thing anyway. Cool. So eventually all of this will decay down to chitin, and that's fine. Preventing all decay is basically impossible, but we don't want it to just sit there spitting out Paragen when we're full on the science. That's silly. Pysci 1 has nothing that can spoil in it. Automation Psi is its own problem, but we're not going to worry about that. I probably do need to add a little more capability to make automation science, but whatever. But yeah, I don't care so much, like, direct mining all of this stuff. Like, I'm happy to just let this stuff decay and turn into biomass, because ultimately, biomass gets used for stuff in the base. So, that's not really a problematic decay chain. Cool! And this looks like things are running a little more. Finally. Do we have pumps? Oh, we have a pump. Wow. Cool. So we may finally be caught up on copper, and this should help the overall base to run a little bit more smoothly. Copper coming down to... Yeah, this is still... Yeah, copper into circuits here. These circuits just feed them all, and at this point, they are augmented by circuits from the rail base. So, like, not the end of the world. If they die forever, although I'd need to change some things down here, obviously, to, like, request circuits from Logi, but... Yep, we're getting places. Things are working again. Seeing how many bots are moving around the mall is a good sign to me that we're Oh, look at that. We got combinators turning on even. Excellent. Going to take a while for those to fully buffer up, but that's okay. Cool. This is looking really good. I'm really happy. Copper is actually, like, freaking running again, which is fantastic. And yes, we're going to keep, like, sucking all of our copper out of this and feeding it to the belt base for quite a while. There's a lot of catching up to do in the belt base, but that's okay. How's Duralumin doing? Probably is offline at the moment. Oh no, Duralumin is fully saturated. Awesome. That is super awesome. The belt base's Duralumin is going to be a different problem, but that's, again, that copper is slowly catching up. We saw that, yeah, coming through here. Sweet! And then, yeah, it does look like... Yeah, we're still doing some catching up on all of these copper paths through the base, so it is going to be a little while before this stops requesting copper, basically. But I'm feeling good about it. And I am going to need, well, we're going to need engine units to run a little more, get pumps running a little more. Because I think pumps are also getting pulled up as ingredients in other machines' buildings up here. So until pumps start running a little more quickly, I'm still not going to be able to grab the pumps I need for the build down below that we just did, the ethanol build. Because, yeah, this should be stalled on, yeah, A-type molasses in here. Oh, I never set up a vacuum. Oops. Okay. Let's go back down there and let's get that vacuum set up because that is necessary. We're going to have to go back down there again, but let's at least get the build quote-unquote finished. How is, also, before I do that, how's all this stuff doing? Iron Nexlet Antimony Special Alloy, still a problem. Currently stopped. Currently missing antimony. Is that blocked on gravel? Did gravel finally back up again? It did. Okay, gravel is still a problem. All right, that's our first to-do item for next Tuesday's stream is going to be figuring out the gravel or saline water situation, because we are obviously not we're obviously having issues there. All right. This should actually run down to the next one. Yeah, and then this won't run because it's not going to get Zogna. Although I probably could do like a, yeah, let's be a little wild here. Let's grab some Zogna, get that sent over here. Can I get one more pump? Yeah, I can. Someplace where it doesn't matter. There we go. And then we'll eventually have to come back up and replace this pump, obviously. But that's fine. It's not like we need huge throughput of lubricant into making electric engines. They're a very, very small usage item for us right now. Oh, brakes are running! Woohoo! What does that leave? Oh, well, brakes haven't even made it, like, all the way here yet. Oh, yes, they have. Wow. Good job, Brandon. I forgot I had that there. All right, so we got brakes, and we've got shafts. So we're waiting on gearboxes, electronics, and control panels. Control panels are waiting on complex circuits. Although I could certainly do this. Electronics need MOSFETs. Gearboxes are waiting on Gearbox Mark 1s. Which are waiting on shafts. Which are... okay. Let's make this happen. I want to see Mechanical Parts 2 get made. I want to do the first one. Is it a thing? It better be a thing. It absolutely is. So yeah, let's grab a stack of gearboxes, and I think I can find a stack of MOSFETs somewhere. And between the two of those, we should see... Mechanical Parts 2 turn on and get our first craft of that. Obviously, it's not at scale yet. Obviously, it's not running full speed until more of these processing lines catch up and buffer, and all of the fallout from our copper being broken for the past 2 weeks is finally dealt with, and there's issues. But hopefully, that's all we need. MOSFETs and gearboxes. All right, control panel 2s are running, right? They just haven't, like, made it over yet? Correct. Gearboxes. And... electronics. All right, gearbox and electronics. We will bring these up here. Ooh, we'll grab this too. No, that's not the thing we need, I don't think. That's the thing we need. There we go! Oh, come on, Brandon. You couldn't have waited 13 minutes and 29 seconds. All right, that is the end of the stream. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate you coming in. Next Tuesday, we will be back with Pyanodons, and tomorrow I am doing demos from Next Fest. So tomorrow could be a great stream, or it could be an awful stream. You never really know. But if you want to see some new automation game demos, come on by tomorrow. Hang out, and we'll see if anything ends up being good. Yeah. I'll see everybody in the next one.